Sorry.
That's
right.
Right.
That's
right. We have this one. Good evening, everyone. Call the regular meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Yes. Board Member Aaron Cimental.
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez.
Present.
Board Member Patrice Stanzioni.
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Here.
Board Member Dina Flores.
Present.
Student Board Member Victoria Ceja.
Here.
Student Board Member Italia Mancilla.
Here.
Interim Superintendent Dr. Julie Harrison. Here. Susan Ibarra. Here. Tamika Lee Nolasco. Here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quorum is present. Approval of the agenda of the regular board meeting of January 27th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Ms. Stanzioni, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carried and the agenda stands approved. This time I also want to acknowledge we have two members of the Hacienda La Puente Board of Education out in the lobby, as well as our mayor and mayor pro tem for the city of La Puente. So you don't want to pop in through the threshold and just say hi. That's it. Thank you very much. Preliminary items, Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Harrison, would you mind introducing our honorees this evening?
Absolutely. I would like to introduce Sir Marco Leal, proud principal of Edgewood Academy, who has an outstanding student here that we're going to meet tonight and learn a little bit about that's leading our flag salute.
Yes, absolutely. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Cimental, Board of Education, Interim Superintendent, Dr. Julie Harrison, and esteemed colleagues and community. I have the honor of introducing Mia Garcia and the Garcia family here today. She is an 8th grader at Edgewood Academy, and she is our ASB president.
Please stand and donate the pledge of allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Mia Garcia. I'm the ASB president of Edgewood Academy. It is truly an honor to stand before you all this evening and represent just how amazing the environment is at Edgewood Academy. What makes my school so great isn't just academics, but it's the people who make Edgewood Academy so great. Those people are our teachers and staff. They come to school every day with determination, patience, and dedication. They don't just teach us the important school topics like English, math, science, and history, but they teach us kindness, self-discipline, and how to treat others with respect, and how life will be beyond the classroom. Our teachers and staff aren't only hardworking, but they are compassionate and empathetic. They support us when we struggle and celebrate when we succeed. That kind of environment makes Edgewood Academy more than just a building. It makes a community. I'd like to share a personal experience. Sorry. So sorry. I'd like to share a personal experience that shows just how much my school means to me and how grateful I am for the teachers. Since 5th grade, I have found a teacher I deeply trust and who has made a huge impact on my life. He didn't just teach me how to multiply or divide, but he taught me my responsibility, patience, leadership, and he helped me grow as a person and be confident in who I am. Because of him and teachers like him, I've learned how to believe in myself and lead others and myself. Edgewood Academy isn't just a place to come to learn, but a place to grow, meet new people, and do things with the opportunities and options the school offers to the wonderful students. I'm proud to stand for you all as ASB president and represent just how amazing and beautiful the students, teachers, staff, and environment is at Edgewood Academy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mia, on behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to present you with the certificate of appreciation, and we would love to snap a picture with you. So there you go. Thank you so much for your words and your kindness. And if you want to come right up here in the middle, we'll have our board stand around you and we'll get a picture. And then mom and dad, you guys too in a second. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So. Just a little.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. All right.
1, 2. Awesome.
guys want to go up there?
Yeah, parents. It's because of you.
Can be a little high ups.
You're not gonna get through this.
There you go. One, that's good, that's good. 1, 2. All right. Thank you guys.
That's a camera.
Thank you very much, Edgewood Academy, for joining us tonight. If I may, actually have student board member comments, go after presentations. I'd like us to, while we have a lot of guests tonight, recognize the city of La Puente. Dr. Harrison, would you mind doing the introductions?
Yes, we would like to welcome the city of La Puente. They have a big surprise for us tonight, and they continue to partner with our district and support us in so many ways. So we're so thankful you could be here tonight for this honor.
Great.
Welcome.
Well, thank you, everybody. Good evening. I'm Mayor Pro Tem Valerie Munoz. And Mayor Charlie Fernandez from the city of La Puente. I don't know which way to look.
Either's fine.
But on behalf of the city, it's truly an honor to be here this evening with the students, coaches, families, supporters of Bassett High School. And we wanted to present a check to the Bassett cheer. Okay. The city of La Puente believe in our students in our community, and we believe in teamwork. And we believe when it's possible when community partnerships come together with shared purposes. And some strong partnerships between city and school districts are incredibly important, and I'm all for that. When we work together, we create opportunities to help our students succeed in jobs, athletics, leadership, confidence, and in life. We're creating our future leaders in our community. And today is a great example of how we can collaborate and make real differences and help different programs and so forth. The city of La Puente has put together a grant program over the last 3 years to help nonprofits, school programs to get a little additional funds and support. And this is one way that we appreciate the efforts of submitting the applications and being approved for that. Bassett cheerleaders don't just support teams on the sidelines. They represent school pride, discipline, and commitment. So we just want to honor that as well. And we're investing in our young people, make La Puente better. So this is a check for $8,000 from the city of La Puente. Come and show us what you're doing and keep us informed. We do represent 3 school districts in the city of La Puente, Bassett being one, Hacienda La Puente, and Rolling Unified. And we want to make sure that we're here representing everybody that's in our city limits. Mayor and myself, we are on the ad hoc committee for community engagement with school districts. And we want to make sure that we're open to create as many opportunities. We need to do a better job, all of us, to make sure that our cities and schools work together. And this is just a small token of our gratitude for the work and for your school board and your board president and everyone here for just being so open and great with us as well. So here you guys go.
Thank you.
I wish I had the large check.
Yeah, all right.
Let you all know that you've got a great school board members here. We've been in communication with them for months, talking about many things in this community and the city. And this is just the beginning of our working relationships together. So thank you all for allowing us to come here. Like Valerie said, we're the ad hoc committee for the outreach for all the school districts. And
I know I bug you guys. I apologize,
but you got a great team over here. So thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you. Yes. And so here's a little mini check. It's how you're going to take this to the bank instead of walking in with the big one, right? So.
Picture was in
And maybe we can all take a picture?
Yes, please.
Back there.
Thank you.
Should we all get back here? Should like,
Want to go back?
should we have like everyone kind of get back here? Or like a big?
You want us back there?
Yeah.
Let's see. We're going to go. Valerie, I guess we'll go back.
Yeah, oh yeah, we can go in the back.
Use that chair. Excited.
Come on, girls. Or can you guys put me at the top of the pyramid for the picture?
Really? Really?
No fear, no fear. I love that.
Principal on the top of the pyramid.
That's crazy.
We do it again.
Oh, man. Yeah, come on, Shirley.
I don't know.
Maybe create like a.
That's why, yeah, maybe we could go.
This way, so make sure all, everybody.
Oh, yes, they can. There we go. Mark has got it.
Underneath,
and then you guys
a little bit lower. There, so
All right.
Okay, and then someone in the front is gonna hold it.
In the back, we should do a cheer.
I know.
You guys hold it.
Seriously, I would just so.
Let's, on the second picture, let's all do that, okay?
You wanna get that one?
Let them be professional.
Hey, I did song in college.
All right, ready? 1, 2.
Oh,
All right, ready? 1, 2. Awesome. Thank you.
No, we have another one. We need another
Yeah, we need
one.
another one.
So can you
Okay,
make
a
a cheer pose? Yeah, let's do a cheer pose.
Okay. What's a cheer pose? I wouldn't even know what one is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll just do that.
Ready,
Sure.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take a few. All right.
There's our picture.
Congratulations.
And that would.
Actually,
Yes.
All right.
We'll send you the pictures.
If you guys
Perfect,
all
yeah.
right, you have
And I
that
just have
comfort.
like a paper, I'll give you your
Um,
super.
Yeah.
Yes.
They can come for you now.
Yeah, you guys, if I don't deliver it, my city manager will get mad.
Yeah, if they like to sneak out, they can sneak out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Come back anytime.
Appreciate it.
Please.
Of course, I'm not prepared to have business cards, but I'll. Just for the.
Thank you very much. She left this regarding the check. Maybe.
She said this.
I think she did say.
I'm really furious. My daughter used to be in cheer, so that's why I know.
Then we have one last round of applause for Bassett High School and Edgewood tonight. We'll go back to student board member comments with Victoria Italia. Please get us started.
School announcements, Van Wyck is on the move. Our scholars have been working hard and completing their iReady diagnostic. There are many scholars making progress. We are continuing to grow those amazing brains as teachers are focusing on building critical thinking skills in reading, writing, and math. Teachers have been collaborating during their PLT time to analyze data and provide and engage lessons for our scholars. We have also been working on our writing plan that we have developed. Teachers work with students to develop their narrative writing skills, and this trimester they are working on test skills through the use of thinking maps and graphic organizers. Our Van Wyck scholars are becoming better writers and are excited to show what they know. We are proud of amazing work and great things happening at Van Wyck. Go Wildcats! Don Julian Elementary. Don Julian continues to strengthen school culture and daily attendance through every line, every day with positive family outreach and targeted student supports following winter break. PBIS/ROAR expectations, respectful, orderly, attentive, responsible, remain a consistent focus campus-wide, contributing to positive behavior, student engagement, and safe learning environments. Teachers are using winter benchmarks data to guide small group instructions and interventions with PLT collaborating to support literacy, math, English learners, and students requiring additional academic support. Family engagement remains strong through Coffee with Principal, SSC/ELAC meetings, and ongoing multilingual communications, reinforcing partnerships around attendance, learning, and student well-being. Staff continue to review and reinforce campus safety procedures, supervision plans, and attendance monitoring, as we prepare for upcoming spring assessments. Remember, it's a great day to be aligned. Edgewood Academy. Edgewood Academy, we have so much to be proud of and thankful for this school year. These are just a few of the current things happening around campus. Schools to watch recognition. We are proud to share that our school has been officially recognized as a state and national school to watch. This designation highlights our commitment to academic excellence, strong school culture, and continuous improvement. We extend our gratitude to our dedicated staff, students, families, and community partners who made this achievement possible. iReady Diagnostic number 2. Students are currently completing iReady Diagnostics number 2, and early data is encouraging. Initial results indicate that a strong majority of our students are demonstrating academic growth since the first diagnostic. We look forward to analyzing the full data to continue refining instruction and supporting student success. PTSA Father-Daughter Dance. Our PTSA will be hosting a father-daughter dance in February. This special event provides a wonderful opportunity for families to connect, celebrate, and create lasting memories. More details will be shared with families soon. ASB Valentine activities. Our ASB is spreading love by organizing Valentine grams, which will be available for purchase along with the fun Valentine's themed Spirit Week. These activities promote school spirit, student leadership, and a positive campus climate. Sunkist Elementary. Sunkist Tigers scholars are back to school and working to meet their AR reading and math facts goals for the second trimester. In December, we celebrated with over 90 students who met their first trimester AR reading goal. In February, we will be holding our annual Math Facts Challenge for our Tigers scholars. Currently, our scholars are taking the iReady reading and math diagnostic test. We are excited to celebrate their growth from the first to the second trimester. We had the honor of hosting the Imagination Machine last week. They performed 6 of our Tigers narrative writing on stage, and it was fabulous. They showed creativity, imagination, demonstrated the importance of academic writing, and they were hilarious. This was a great motivator for our students for their future writing. We look forward to bringing them back to Sunkist next year.
Greetings from Torch Middle School. iReady diagnostic assessments are now being administered to all students 6th through 8th grade, and we are close to completion. The result of these assessments will show how much progress our scholars have made towards mastery of their grade level standards. The result of our iReady assessments will be used to help teachers plan their instructional for the next couple of months and to identify students in need of immediate interventional support. PBIS. On Friday, January 23rd, we held our quarterly PBIS prep rally in the Wannabe Center. All Torch scholars from 6th to 8th grade were invited to attend. Our PBIS prep rally is a time to come together as a school community to celebrate our commitment to making positive choices in the classroom and around the school campus. Scholars wore their grade level colors and played prep rally games. All students that earned tickets for positive behavior were entered into the raffle where prizes were earned. Spelling Bee. Torch Middle School held our first school-wide spelling bee on Thursday, January 15, 2026. Our best spellers from each grade level participated in the school-wide competition. A first, second, and third place winner were crowned for each grade level. Jana Bigwin, our first place winner from the 6th grade competition, will move on to represent Bassett Unified School District in the regional spelling bee that will take place on March 18, 2026. The Torch community is excited and unbelievably proud. Greetings from Bassett High School. We began the second trimester strong by celebrating our winter sports and clubs on January 15th with our winter rally. We will highlight the players from boys and girls basketball, wrestling, and soccer. We would like to thank the players, their coaches, and our community sponsors for supporting our amazing student athletes. PHS is kicking off state testing season with ELPAC testing beginning the first week of February. Our seniors are starting to hear back from colleges and they are super excited. Students have been accepted to APU Nursing, USC, and several of the Cal states. We have a college trip scheduled to UC Riverside on February 27th. We are so proud of our students that have been receiving acceptances to many universities. One of our students was admitted to the USC College of Engineering. We are so proud of our Olympians. We would also like to congratulate girls varsity basketball for their continued improvement under Coach Ortiz. The teams in our league have been competitive. We would also like to shout out girls varsity soccer for their heroics last night in their victory. Congratulations, Coach Orozco. Boys varsity soccer continues to thrive and is looking to continue for a CIF playoff. We would also like to congratulate boys varsity basketball for their continued success on the court and in the classroom. Boys and girls wrestling have also been one of the strongest programs in our region. Our schools continue to demonstrate school spirit and is looking to lead the second half of the school year strongly. It is always a great day to be an Olympian. Nova Vista High School. Hello from Nova Vista. As we continue into the third quarter, Nova Vista High School remains focused on the academic process, student support, and school-wide planning as graduation approaches. Students are currently participating in iReady diagnostic testing. Results will be used to review student progress and identify areas of need. Quarter 2 grades have been finalized and are now available for review. Staff continue to support students as they transition into quarter 3 and work towards meeting their academic goals. The quarter 2 awards assembly, originally scheduled for last week, has been moved to Friday and will recognize students for their achievements and growth. During this transitional period, 5 seniors returned to Bassett High School to complete their senior year. And Nova Vista has also welcomed new students into our school community. Nova Vista High School has also welcomed a new instructional assistant, Caitlin Gutierrez, who is supporting students across campus with a focus on English learners. Staff have begun additional support efforts for seniors as they enter the final portion of their high school experience. Academic plans are being shared to help ensure students remain on track for graduation, and seniors and juniors lock-in meetings are scheduled to support planning and goal setting. Preparations are underway for upcoming events, including English Learner and FAFSA informational night, a college field trip to Rio Hondo College, and a coffee with the principal. These activities continue to strengthen family engagement and post-secondary readiness. Career technical educational programs remain active with students continuing hands-on learning in graphics, HVAC, and constructional as pathways expand. Have a great evening and remember it is always a great day to be an explorer.
Thank you very much, dear student board members. We'll continue with presentations recognition. Item 2 is the Bassett USD overview of the bond waiver process. Dr. Harrison.
Yes, thank you. We are very excited tonight to be able to bring you our overview of the bond waiver process, and Piper and Sandler are here to present to us. So I can ask them to just come forward as we prepare your slides.
The clicker? Oh,
Yes, if you need help with it, of course we will.
great.
Okay. Arrows.
I'm hoping.
Buttons on.
This one?
Yeah. No, we can advance.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Definitely not that.
Second.
You can go ahead and
This slide.
go to the next slide. Back one. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, everybody. My name is Helena De La Rosa. I'm with Piper Sandler. I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves when they follow me. So this first slide is just an overview of Measure BB. And you can see thus far, as you know, we've issued approximately 34 million of the 50 million of the total authorization under Measure BB, leaving 15.4 million to go. And you can see sort of a summary of those actual statistics on the right, as well as an illustrative build out of this final 15.4 million to be issued under Measure BB. And when we are selling bonds, there's 2 sort of legal requirements that we as your financial team are paying attention to, one of which is the tax rate. And for a unified school district, as you most may or may not know, that legal max tax rate is $60 per $100,000 of AV. And you can see at the bottom how we've layered in Series C on top of your Series A and B, and are well below that $60 limit. And this past year, 25-26, that actual tax rate was $51.54. So layering in Series C, you can see we're projected out not to exceed that $60. And now I will turn it over to my colleague, Kristen, to talk about the second legal requirement and why we are before you today, the waiver.
Thank you, Helena. Kristen Gear with Piper Sandler. And just
so that you know, and our colleague here is going to introduce himself. He's with California Financial Services. Piper Sandler has been the bond underwriter on Measure BB. And as Helena summarized, and really that Helena's the architect, we've been able to issue, as she showed you, we've been able to issue the 34 million with very conservative assumptions. This school district has a small tax base, and we've had some years where we've had big increases in the growth of the tax base and other years where it's been low. So we've used a conservative assumption in terms of growing the tax base that's allowed us to access Measure BB beginning in 2023 and potentially, with your permission, and should we go through with this waiver, you could access the balance in 2026. That's a 6-year bond program. So kudos to you all as well in this process. So as Helena mentioned, 2 legal requirements. She talked about the tax rate. The other one is a state dictated legal requirement. Doesn't have any financial impact on taxpayers, if you will. But the legal requirement to issue bonds, to issue any new bonds, is that we have to be within 2.5%. So we take, or let me walk through the math of the bonding capacity. This is the state law requirement. You take and I'm on the lower left-hand side, you take the district's assessed value. So it's 3.4 billion. That's the tax base that I talked about. And the state says you take 2.5% of that, and that gives us 85 million or almost 86 million. That's the bonding capacity. Well, Bassett has 4 bond measures that you passed since 2004. So you have 78 million in debt outstanding. We have to deduct from that gross bonding capacity, we have to deduct the principal amount of the bonds outstanding, of which is 78 million. So that leaves us with 7.3 million under the current state law requirement of 2.5% that we could issue today without a waiver. And what we're before you today is with a resolution and seeking your permission to go to the state and raise that, seek a waiver and raise that capacity to raise it from 2.5% to 2.74%, which would give us sufficient capacity to issue the 15.4 million for the Measure BB. And just as I mentioned, this has no impact on, it does not change what was authorized in 2020. The 50 million has no impact on that, and it has no impact on the $60, the legal maximum $60 per 100,000 that's charged to taxpayers. My colleague Steve is going to talk about the process.
Yeah, Steve Gold with California Financial Services. We are the district's municipal advisors, assisting you with accessing the public bond market, working in concert with our folks at Piper. Just a quick recap. So the Measure BB program has been very successful to date. The bonds have been issued slightly quicker than we expected when the measure was passed. And what does that mean for the school district? It means the facilities get into service sooner, which means they affect more students. And number 2, it insulates you somewhat from future construction cost escalation. So as you know, every year, the cost of constructing school facilities keep going up and up and up. It's labor costs, materials, it's all types of things. By accessing the bonds quicker, we're able to kind of get in front of that as much as we can. To the extent that, as Helena mentioned, we can stay at or under that $60 per 100,000, which was authorized by the voters in Measure BB. And it's a very important point. As Kristen mentioned, we do have another limiting factor, which is the statutory bonding capacity that the state allows each public school district in the state to issue bonds up to, independent of state oversight. What we are proposing to do today is, in order to issue the final series of bonds for Measure BB, approximately 1.5 years to potentially even 2 years earlier, we'd like to be able to go to the state and request what they call a bond waiver. Again, the purpose from your perspective is simply to accelerate that last bond issue and allow you to fund those projects and get them in service for students sooner. And we think it's going to be about maybe a year to year and a half sooner than we would if we just waited for your bond authorization to continue to grow and continue to pay off some of the existing debt. This is something that many school districts throughout the state do. So it's very, it's kind of just like paperwork pushing is the best way to describe it. So the process is fairly simple. After we produced a set of numbers to share both with you in this context for the approval, but also to share with your bargaining units as well as the Citizens Oversight Committee. Once the board approves the submission of a waiver application, our team will submit that waiver application to the state, and they'll simply review it for efficacy, meaning are the numbers correct? Is there an actual need to extend this waiver? And again, we'll be using the same rationale I used tonight, is that we want to access those funds earlier so we can get those facilities into service. Once the state's staff reviews the process, they will agendize it on the state board meeting. You can see here on the slide, we've listed just some of the board dates. Our hope is to get this application in and get it reviewed at the staff level so that we can make it onto their agenda as soon as the March date. Once that's approved, that will clear the way for us to continue the process of actually issuing the bonds. We will be back in front of you with the authorization to actually issue the bonds later. But tonight, what you're just considering is the approval of the submission of the application. Sometimes school district will ask, well, what if they don't give us the waiver? How does this work? Those types of things. We've worked with dozens and dozens of districts. We've never seen a waiver denied. And adding to the certainty that we have that we'll be able to get the waiver is the relative to other districts in the state, the waiver that you're requesting is very small. And it's you only need it for a very short period of time. So we'll be able to go to the state and say, not only do we just need a small waiver to issue the balance of Measure BB, but we're only really getting it waived for a year and a half. Compare and contrast to other districts in the state that are asking for an extra 1 or 2% over their maximum, and for a period of time where they'll need it for 6 or 7 years. So we think that it's a pretty moderate and manageable waiver we're asking. Again, we'll work kind of hand in hand with the state staff to make sure they understand the waiver and understand why you need it before it gets submitted to the state. So I think that kind of covers the process and kind of the rationale behind getting the waiver. Did you have any questions about the waiver process, the issuance of the final series?
Any questions, Ms. Flores?
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. I really do appreciate this. Just help me out here. When you're talking total outstanding bonds, the 78,665.
Yes.
Okay, that's how much is, okay, as the word says, outstanding, correct?
Correct.
Because I know that in bonds, Bassett has since 2004, there was a 20, a 23, a 30, and the most recent, which is 50.
Yeah.
So of the sum of that total, this is the bond outstanding, 78,665.
Correct, yes.
So by approving this waiver, in other words, we get more bang for our buck.
Correct. We'll be adding to the bonds outstanding. But then also every year that you continue, your bonds are outstanding, the district is paying down part of the debt. So every year you pay, just like with the mortgage, we're paying portions of the tax payment goes to interest and portion of it goes to principal. So that principal will continue to fall into the future as well.
And what is the possibility of reassessing the bonds? Meaning as like the rating, you know, I mean, I'm not sure, are we at what is our rating right now? And is there a possibility to go down in the interest rate? You know, as the interest rate is kind of fluctuating.
Yeah. So I think that there's
So where are we with that?
there's two, to break it into two pieces. The district's rating is likely to be very stable. There are a number of factors that go into the rating, some of which has to do with the economic status of the district itself, how strong your reserves are, those types of things. But then layered onto that, and in some ways even more important to the calculation, is the general economics of the area or the municipal statistics area, MSA, that you're within, which is in LA County. as well as just the size of the school, of the agency's assessed value. So each rating agency kind of has like gates and caps that unless your district is bigger than X, you're going to be limited on your rating. And so that's always going to be kind of a topper for Bassett, no matter how exceptional the fiscal status of the district's going to be. As it relates to interest rates, we never know what the interest rate is going to be until we issue. That's our disclaimer. But we feel that based on how the district's bonds have been seen in the past by investors and the general tenor in the municipal market, which is good, that we'll be able to get a competitive interest rate when we go. Now, that said, we're standing in front of you today, starting the waiver process. We're really, the interest rate market that we'll be selling into is more likely to be like May or June, possibly, depending on how long the waiver takes. But we feel pretty confident that you'll be able to get a good interest rate. Going back to the pace of the issuance of Measure BB, one of the reasons that we've been able to accelerate the program and shrink it from a 10-year program to really a 6-year program is because we've been able to achieve very competitive interest rates in the market.
Any additional questions? For myself, I apologize if this comes a bit naive, but for me, I'm trying to understand why our bonding capacity, how do I describe this? If the earliest bond that the voters enacted was in the early mid-2000s, I'm presuming we've been paying that off slowly. So why hasn't our capacity also gone down comparatively to that?
Correct. So
or has it?
Yeah, each year you have been paying off bonds and it's creating more space in the curve right underneath there. If we were to say we were to hold to the 10-year issuance schedule, original issuance schedule of BB, we wouldn't need the waiver, right? Because your debt service, so your principal would be repaid. And that's kind of, if you, going back to what I said before, that we're really, the goal is to deliver projects approximately a year to a year and a half quicker. What would be the main differentiator between where we stand today versus if we were standing in front of you in like a year and a half is those additional principal payments coming off. Specifically with some of your older bond authorizations, Measure BB is in that part of the curve where, you know, we're all, when we get our mortgage, it's like the first 10 years, it's like interest. The balance of your bonds outstanding have getting to that point where they're really starting to take principal off. But we're just trying to kind of move those fundings and get them into facilities a little bit earlier.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
We will now go into informational items, public comment for the closed session. Are there any comments for closed session? Making sure there's no one out there for closed session is public.
There's some people in the overflow room.
Okay.
They can hear us, so.
If there's anyone in the overflow room, which one is at the conference room,
Yes.
you wouldn't mind if there's anyone for closed session? Not, I'll come back to that. Let's start with the open session. So we have public comments related to open session agenda items and non-agenda matters. The board will now hear public comments related to open session agenda items for matters under the board's subject matter jurisdiction. In order to conduct the public's business of the district in an organized manner, for the privacy and safety of community members and to help district staff respond more directly, the board requires that public comments comply with certain procedures, including when addressing the board, speakers are requested to identify themselves and speak from the podium. Speakers may address only items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other speakers. Speakers are expected to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before addressing the board, and speakers are to adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public comments on open session agenda items is set at 20 minutes. In the event the estimated time for public comment based on the number of interested speakers will exceed 20 minutes, the presiding officer may equitably decrease individual speakers' time to permit as many voices as possible. Pursuant to state law and board bylaws, the presiding officer may remove a disruptive individual from a board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding officer that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. To ensure speakers can be heard clearly, members of the audience are requested to maintain a quiet listening environment and silence electronic devices. The board is committed to facilitating the public comment portion of the meeting in an inclusive and organized manner to hear from the community in which the board serves and is accountable to. Thank you. Here, so I don't want to.
Jezebel Milan.
Right, okay, Jezebel, this is for item 4.
Open.
Whatever you're, oh, excuse me, just 1 second while we get that clock up. Whenever you're ready.
Good to be here again. I wanted to speak on item 4, resolution number 02626, opposing the zoning amendments enabling data centers. Data centers are a new and upcoming threat to our environment and to our people. It's very important that we do not allow them to come into our communities in every way, shape, or form. The biggest data center that we have here in California is one in Santa Clarita, and those statistical effects are not publicly available. There have been 4 different assembly bills in the state of California, 3 of which have not been passed at this point. The only one that has been passed, I believe it was AB 222, and that was them demanding their electrical outputs only. It does not inhibit the effects of water damage or damage to the land, which is not only detrimental, but very scary and a very harsh reality that we may see. So therefore, I put it to your attention to oppose any type of enablement of this type of infrastructure. It does not benefit us in any way, shape, or form. And the only people that it benefits is far and few, and the people that are here that remain will be the ones to face the lifelong impacts of such infrastructure. So therefore, I assert you to oppose the zoning amendment and to keep the land with the people and to keep us safe. Because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. There has not been enough time for us to research these data centers to understand where it will take us or what harm it will do to not only us, but to other generations to come. Thank you. I hope.
We will now hear from Sam Brown. Whenever you're ready.
I'd like to begin by thanking Board President Aaron Cimental and Patrice Stanzioni for joining the Save Florence Flanner Committee in the Baldwin Park City Council. Your presence was very much appreciated, and I believe that it's a reflection of the receptiveness that we've been noticing from the board, and it's a sign that, you know, we can in fact work together, and we can do this in conjunction with one another to support our students. And today I'm here to ask you once again to work with the community, and that is to adopt resolution 026-26, opposing the proposed zoning amendments enabling data centers. I am asking you to support this resolution first because it would be historic. You would be the first municipality surrounding the city of Industry to take a stance on what is a botched process. There was no environmental impact report done. In fact, there was no environmental review done whatsoever on the issue of data centers. We just saw recently that Monterey Park got a temporary reprieve against data centers, and I congratulate and applaud that effort and the organization, the San Gabriel Valley Progressive Association, in mobilizing people and doing a town hall forum to educate people about that. And I look forward to working with them in the future as it pertains to this area. But this is a central question. Are we willing to accept a city that's only 250 people, that is essentially an industrial city, that's not contributing students to the school district, but is in fact elevating health risks for our students, such as the students at Torch Middle School, who have to bear witness to the industrial operations of custom alloy for decades now. There was an industrial explosion in 1992, and it was Brenda Johnson that went and pursued that doggedly and made sure that City of Industry was held accountable and that there was ramifications for these actions. We have Clemeco, the lead battery smelter. We have the contaminated groundwater, the Superfund site that's below us. We have the now closed landfill that's still emitting methane. We have the rail yards. we have cumulative environmental impacts. And for City of Industry to move forward and to do a data center, a battery energy storage system, as we saw today, and to deny the community interpreters, and to deny us a meaningful process by which we were able to review the environmental review, if done at all, which it wasn't on the case of December 17th. And that's why I think you guys have to stand up for the students, because Don Julian Elementary School receives water from Industry Public Utilities, Waterworks system. I also am a customer. I drink that water, and I have zero oversight of this, corrupt mafia city. But also because Torch Middle School is located within City of Industry. You guys are stakeholders. And it would be just a significant sign that you guys take a stance and show City of Industry that Bassett doesn't back down for anybody. Thank you.
We have the Honorable Adriana Quinones. I think she's here. Oh, there she, I thought you were outside still. This is on, this is on item, resolution 026-26.
That's correct. Good evening, President, trustees, superintendent, and members of Bassett Unified School District community. My name is Adriana Quinones, and I am here tonight in strong support of resolution number 026-26, opposing the proposed zoning amendments that would enable data centers in the City of Industry. First, I want to applaud this board for its courage and leadership in bringing this resolution forward. School boards are often asked to stay in their lane. But when a proposal threatens the health, safety, and future of our students and families, speaking up is not political. It is responsible. It is necessary. And tonight, this board is doing exactly that. Data centers may sound abstract or harmless, but their impacts are very real, especially for school communities like ours. These facilities are extremely water intensive at a time when Southern California faces increasing drought risk and water insecurity. It is deeply concerning to encourage development that places additional strain on groundwater and our water systems. Bassett Unified relies on these same water resources to operate schools, provide safe drinking water, and maintain healthy learning environments. When water becomes scarce, schools are among the first to feel the consequences. Data centers are energy intensive, drawing enormous amounts of electricity around the clock. The increased demand strains the power grid, contributes to higher energy costs, and increases reliance on polluting energy sources, directly impacting air quality in communities that already face environmental burdens. Poor air quality is not an abstract issue for students. It directly affects asthma rates, attendance, concentration, and overall health. Additionally, these facilities generate significant heat, noise, and traffic, along with long-term infrastructure wear. Yet, despite these impacts, data centers provide very few permanent local jobs. And after limited direct benefit to nearby residents or schools, in other words, our community bears the cost while receiving little in return. Perhaps more troubling is the environmental risk to water resources. I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to go ahead and basically urge you to adopt resolution 026-26 and continue standing up for the long-term well-being of Bassett Unified students and families. Thank you again for your courage, your foresight, and your commitment to protecting our communities.
Lastly, we have the Honorable Jeffrey De La Torre. This is item number 4. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. President, board members, and superintendent, Bassett Unified School District. My name is Jeffrey De La Torre, and I'm a concerned community member and also your neighbor. I'm here tonight to express my serious concerns about the negative impacts of the placing of large-scale data centers near our school districts and residential neighborhoods. Bassett Unified serves high needs student populations that we know, and our districts already face challenges relative to resources, infrastructure, and school wellness. Data centers require massive amounts of electricity and water. These resources that are crucial to our classrooms. At a time when districts are working to improve facilities, reduce class size, and support student learning, it is concerning to introduce developments that place additional strain on local utilities and public services. There are also health and learning concerns. Data centers operate 24/7, generating constant noise, increased traffic, and heat emissions. These conditions can negatively impact air quality, student focus, and overall with the well-being, especially for students with breathing issues like asthma. Schools should be places that promote health, safety, and concentration, not environmented affected by industrial activity. I urge the board to advocate for stronger zoning protections around our schools, demand transparent environmental impacts reviews, and place student health and emotion and educational outcomes above corporate convenience. We need to be united as school boards, surrounded that children and our families should be our #1 priority. Our students deserve learning environments that are safe, quiet, and supportive, not compromised by these developments that are coming. I want to thank all of you for your time, for listening to our concerns in our community. And I'm here to support you any way I can, but I appreciate this opportunity and it's a beautiful place. First time being here, so thank you. Excuse me.
Those were it of the written cards. Was there anyone else? No. We will go on to item 3, which is the public hearing. Sorry, you can have it. Item 3, public hearing notice, Bassett Unified School District bond capacity waiver applications. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547C, had to say that slow. The Board of Education is required to hold an open public hearing to inform the public and provide an opportunity for comment on the intent of the Bassett Unified School District to submit an application to the California Board of Education for a waiver of Education Code Sections 15106 and 15270, excuse me, as applied to the district, being the limitation on the district's ability to issue general obligation bonds in the amount in excess of 2.5% of the assessed valuation of property within the district. As required by law, the Board of Education will hold a public hearing to receive comments from the public regarding the proposed application to the California Board of Education for a waiver. I will open the public hearing at 6:25 p.m. Are there any persons appearing for the public hearing? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Hearing none, I will be closing the public hearing at, oh, perfect, the time change, it's not as awkward anymore, at 6:26 p.m. We'll move on to item 4, communications. Item 1 is educational partners comments. It's been a pleasure to revive a previous practice that this board had engaged in prior to the pandemic of having our educational partners, the Bassett Teachers Association and the California School Employees Association present. In the past, the Parent Teacher Association Council also presented, but I'm waiting to see if they'd like to be included. So I don't believe we received any comments from CSEA Chapter 26, but we did receive communication from BTA. I'll ask that Madam Clerk, please read that out.
This is from the BTA Executive Board. Good evening, Bassett Board of Education and Superintendent. BTA wants to begin by sharing that negotiations have been very productive. We've accomplished a great deal in both sessions and we appreciate the collaborative tone. At this point, we are waiting for the counter proposal related to salary and benefits, and we are hopeful to receive that by this Friday so that we can continue to move forward. Second, we strongly urge the district to continue paying for induction of new teachers. This is a question that constantly comes up from new hires. The cost is significant for individual teachers, yet relatively minimal for the district, and it makes a real difference in recruitment, retention, and early career support. Third, we want to commend the district on the current math adoption process. This rollout has been thoughtful, thorough, and well organized. It is clear that this is not an adoption done to just check the box, but a genuine effort to identify the best instructional materials for our students. Finally, thank you for seeking input from BTA regarding the superintendent search. Our hope is that the board gives our interim superintendent, Dr. Harrison, a strong opportunity and encourages her to apply. She has demonstrated competence, integrity, and ethical leadership qualities that are especially important given our district's history. Thank you for your time and for your continued work on behalf of our students and staff, the BTA Executive Board.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll go on to item 2, which is superintendent comments. I almost said it. Dr. Harrison.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Bassett and Board of Education. I would like to start by thanking Mia Garcia, our 8th grader from Edgewood, for her thoughtful insights into Edgewood and leading us in the pledge. We are excited to see where her leadership journey takes her, already leading at such a young age. And congratulations to our cheer team for earning and garnering that grant, the grant opportunity from the city of La Puente. I would also like to thank the leaders from the city of La Puente for recognizing our team, and we look forward to continuing to work with them and partner with them on more projects as the future unravels here. I'd like to take a moment and commend our bargaining teams. We've worked collaboratively thus far on several very important articles, and I believe that the good faith bargaining is well underway, so it's exciting to see where that will take us. We have completed very successful rounds of mathematic curriculum reviews. Under the direction of Mr. Tavite, it's running very smoothly, and I want to thank the committee for signing on to that. It's a big undertaking when we are piloting new materials, especially when it's all the way TK through 12. So we are gearing up for the Healthy Kids Survey. So once again, we're optimistic about improving our results this year. Year over year, we look to continue to improve. Excuse me. And our CT pathways are getting their internships in place. We're very excited to see the Health Academy partnering with Citrus Valley Health for those internships. And our Child Development Center is now going to be hosting some of our child development pathway students. So our internships are in full swing. We've also launched graphics and HVAC for our high school students at Nueva. And we do have plans to expand that to our Bassett High School students as well. Amazing thing happening all across the district, and we look forward to celebrating more of those as the year rolls on. And in closing, I want to say happy School Board Member Appreciation Month. Thank you to the Board of Education for your leadership and your continued commitment to our students. I hope you enjoy your nothing but cakes. Please don't eat them all at once. They're incredibly sugary and very sweet. So just a small token of our gratitude. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harrison. We'll go on to board member comments. Board member Dina Flores.
Okay, thank you everybody for coming, and thank you to our neighboring school district board members for being here. Really do appreciate it. Must reciprocate. So the spring semester is well underway. Thank you to our student board members that keep us so updated on what's going on. It is very encouraging to hear and see how our campuses continue to excel academically and promoting events that bring community and togetherness. Congratulations to Edgewood Academy for earning the distinction of Schools to Watch. This recognition highlights the hard work, innovation, and commitment to excellence happening on the campus every single day. This achievement is also a testament to the collective efforts of the campus, staff, students, and families. So very excited about that. And I'm very, very incredibly excited and grateful for the grant that was awarded to our cheer program. This investment supports student engagement, teamwork, and school spirit. And as was mentioned, school spirit is very important. Very important, okay? I am especially proud of the many events and initiatives that promote community connection and a strong sense of belonging in our students and families. We have both academics, spelling bees freak me out. I'm gonna tell you this, okay? I'll never forget the word rendezvous. That was the word that threw me out before I got to go to state. And that's because I pronounced it rendezvous. So when they said rendezvous, I'm like, what? I don't remember that word. That threw me out of the spelling bee. I've been scarred for life. So every time I hear spelling bee, that word comes to mind. So I want to just make a short comment about, and I know we'll probably be voting on it, the data centers. There's much out there about the data centers. I am fully in support of making sure the safety of our students and our families does come first. But let's also look at the fact, and this is where I struggle, that we have to have a halfway somewhere. AI is here. We're entering a digital world. So how do we come to a common ground? And Mr. Delatorre, you said it best, if I may reference you, the zoning. It should not be anywhere near our schools where it could cause harm to them, cause harm to our families and our students, and probably possibly even hinder their academic learning. So I'm all aware of that and fully in support of that. However, AI is here. Digital is here. We're living in a digital world. Gosh, how many of you even write paper checks? How many of you guys do bill pay online? I haven't written a paper check in forever and a day, so it's here. So how do we find a common ground there to exist? But again, I fully support. I don't want it near where it can cause harm to our students and our families. So I hope you all can understand that. And with that said, I think that's about it. Oh yeah, my 49ers, there's no Super Bowl. Okay, I can live with that. But I'll still be watching and I'll be rooting for the Seahawks for their NFC. So anyway, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Bassett. Good night.
Thank you very much. Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers that came and gave us your opinions, and it will be taken into consideration on everything. Yes, it is dangerous, bringing in all these data and all that. I'm not much into technology, so I wouldn't know what they are or for what, but if it's something that's going to harm our students, we got to keep them away from the schools. But we also have to remember, we built around the city of industry because they were here way before. And we started building the houses without thinking or knowing the danger or the damage that they would be doing. So we do have to put something in effect and maybe meet it in the middle where they put them way out further out or somewhere away from where children play, parks, the schools, or even their backyards. We really got to see where they're putting these things in. Because it does cause a lot of damage, and we are around a lot of the factories and a lot of, even the cabinet company that's behind Edgewood lets out a lot of orders and things like that. So, and it's a small one. It's not even a big one. Imagine a big company would be letting out more air. And I do live by Torch, so yeah, we do get sometimes the smell of the fumes that come out from the oxygen and the alloy. So yes, we really got to look into that and study and really try to do the best for our kids. And also, I'd like to congratulate Edgewood for Scooter Watch. My kids went there and it was distinguished school then, and now we're getting up and going back, and it is great, and I want to thank all the teachers that are putting it in their effort, the principals, all the staff, especially the parents and the students for choosing Edgewood and bringing their kids and entrusting us with their children's education. Thank you to you too. Keep on getting better every time at every meeting that you come and bringing us good news and keeping us informed of what's going on. So thank you. And did I miss anything else? Well, and I'd like to thank BTA for sending that letter in support. That says a lot. So thank you, BTA, and CSEA, get on, let us know what's going on. So thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. Board Clerk Patrice Stanzioni.
Good evening, Bassett. First, I'd like to thank, and I can't wait to see where Mia Garcia goes. I encourage her to join Academic Decathlon. If you're out there, listen to me, join it. She's got a future in the speech competition, which happens to be this Saturday. So go out and encourage our students. The speech and interview section is this weekend. It's really exciting. Can't wait for it. Sunkist mentioned their AR goals. I'd like to, if we could, find out what the different schools, grade level schools were, just out of curiosity. correlate that with their test results. Spelling bee, I was so excited to hear about Torch's spelling bee, that they were going to be involved in it because it's so powerful. Because they come up with words nobody's ever heard of, nor will they ever use in real life. But these kids are amazing because they can memorize these thousands of words. And they understand the root word and they understand the meaning and they can use it in a sentence and it's like beyond my thinking. I'd like to thank the public for coming out and putting the health and safety of our children first. This minor correction, the city of Industry was incorporated in 1957. My house was sold in 1955. We attended Van Wyck before 1957, my brother did. And Little Bassett was certainly there many, many years before that. Custom alloy has been around after that was already started. Custom alloy is what I had to smell when I went through Torch. Not a good thing when you're trying to eat a burrito with no cafeteria and you're eating outside and the smell is bad. But thank you, public, for coming and voicing your concerns. I did have a prepared speech. I'm not going to give it tonight just because I think the focus tonight is clearly on the resolution and on the success of our students. Our students have done well. I want to thank Mayor Kanakis for his generosity along with Mayor Pro Tem Valerie Munoz. Mayor Kanakis a few years ago, well, some years ago now, came and his wife gave our softball team all kinds of equipment, just them, because they are kind, generous people. He makes a lot of money and he gives it away. And he gives it away to kids. And it's not even in his district. I work in his district. But he gives it to people that need it. And he gave it to our softball team, which was outstanding. Okay, but I do want to see, I want to say this, as we watch the news, we see new laws, court cases, and a grave concern over the digital age. As a teacher, I'm not for a whole lot of things digitally. I want the kids to learn. I want the kids to develop their own intellect, their own intelligence, their own focus and guidance, and their own destiny, rather than have it created by some AI thing. I don't want papers written by AI. I want papers written by the children and their brain. I know that it's come to the point where there are new laws right now, even on the news today, where they're considering limiting student usage of social media because it causes such depression and suicidal thoughts. And this has been proven, and I spoke to it, I think, last meeting. But now we have it evidenced by court cases, landmark decisions that are being made, money that's being fought for because it's destroying children's lives. And I think we have to really look at that. We have to take responsibility as overseers of children's education, of their very lives. Because, without us, we don't have the doctors, the lawyers, the ditch diggers, or anybody, because educators create all of those. And it's part of our responsibility as overseers on a school board to make sure that their lives are free. That means free speech, that means everything. But to get that, they have to develop their own self. To develop their own self, they have to put down the digital age. They have to put down the phone, whether it's for the cell phone policy that we'll be developing before July 1st. I wonder how you guys are doing that one. I'm pointing out, if you don't know, I'm pointing out the two board members from Hacienda La Puente. I work for them. They are my bosses. But this is critical. I'm an artist against AI art. I wear a button usually that says that. Nothing is more beautiful than something that's been created by a human being. I don't care how it's manufactured by AI. You can find the cutest pictures on Instagram and it says AI enhanced, but it's not. It's not the same. It's not real. And we want to create a real world for our children. Hell, they're going through a mess right now. Sorry. We do need to remember the peaceful resistance of Dr. King. We just passed his birthday. We're headed into a huge month in my world. But we also have to remember there is a peace march going on right now by 19 monks. They're covering over 23,000 miles. And they're walking peacefully, walking without shoes in some instances. We have to teach our children that you can do that. You must resist, you must use your voice, but you also can do it silently and peacefully. I think it's extremely important that we do that as human beings, as educators, as overseers of educators. And we can't leave that to the digital age or AI because who knows who programs that. And they might not hold our values And they might not look at our future, because what we use now, we take from our children. And that's incredibly that's a big point of responsibility. And I have pontificated enough, and I will say good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board Vice President Norma Gonzalez.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to our honorable guests and community members. We always appreciate your presence. Just because I'm speaking about them to my fellow board member, you just have to look to what's going on in Memphis with the data centers there. The water inequality is popping up in those communities. They're not able to shower, wash the dishes because the pressure is like non-existent. In order to run these data centers, you need a massive amount of water to cool down the computers. And that is where all of the pollution is coming from. That is where all of, the things that we don't want. It's just the amount of power that it takes to run these facilities. And like some of our public mentioned, we don't know what the outcome will be in a few years from being so close to centers like this. So that's, and I commend our board president for this resolution. And, we see an increase in chatbot users and AI, and as being an educator, I also try to steer clear of things like that. Obviously, it is the future, but I think as a personal choice, we can choose not to contribute to that, and just know that every time someone uses a chatbot or every time someone uses AI to create anything, it's taking massive amounts of water. So for every click, every enter that happens, those are massive amounts of water that we're using. And we're just getting out here in California out of a drought with our current rains. It's just unimaginable to me that anyone in California would want a data center in this state, knowing what our water issues are. So that's just a little bit update from me. Thank you to Dr. Harrison for the lovely cakes and honoring board member month or board trustee month. And I would also like to thank our counselors. They are behind the scenes, guiding our students. When educators are doing the teaching part, they're behind the scenes navigating, roadways for our students. So thank you to our counselors. Thank you to our city partners for coming and for the gift for our cheerleaders. This, is going to go far for them, I can already tell. I love to hear that our students at the high school and continuation school are beginning to receive their acceptance letters, and maybe we can work together with Dr. Maldonado. So maybe as those letters are coming in and someone reports it, we can post it on our electronic boards and say congratulations, accepted.
Data
Where do they
center.
go?
Yeah. Everybody's complaining about it. Everybody has their computer on.
So, so then whether they take the acceptance or not, I feel like that is just amazing that we have students being accepted all over the country, all over the world even. I'm looking forward to, along with board member Patrice this weekend, to be judging the academic decathlon. She invited me a year ago, and it was such an amazing, inspirational thing to be a part of that as soon as I got the email, I signed up to be a judge automatically. It's run through LACO, so if anyone's interested in becoming a part of that, I recommend that you join that, because it's amazing to see the power of the spoken word coming from our students. So it's definitely something not to be missed. Congratulations to Edgewood, Principal Leal, and your team, and your staff, your teachers, your parents, your students. Your guidance has led the school to this point. So it's amazing the work that is being done there. And congratulations to Mia Garcia. It's like seeing myself. I was also a student at Edgewood, and I'm sitting here now, so anything is possible. You know, I'm a product of this community and very, very proud to be. So I will take any chance to say I went there too. And I want to say that is all for me. Thank you so much to the community, and we hear you always. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member Flores have a point.
Yes, I wanted to clarify. So even though I'm saying we're moving to a digital world, as Board Member Stanzioni said, that does not mean I condone. I do not, I work in higher ed. And even then, I don't believe AI has, or ChatGPT has a place in the classroom. I think students do need to learn. What I'm referring to is, as it was mentioned, our computers. How many of us are on computers right now? All this data that's stored at work, how many, everything that we do. And when you have more and more ATI compliance that you have to have, data needs to be stored somewhere. And I'm not saying that I support a data center. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is finding a common ground, but that does not mean that I am supporting AI. I think it has its place. I'm going to tell you, it makes it really quick when you have to send a quick email. Just, hey, how do I write this? Make it quick, because I don't want to have to think about it. But it doesn't mean that I support it in the classroom. So I just want to be very clear about that since it was brought out.
Clarifications noted. I'll ask, especially when we have an agenda item that we will be taking action on, that maybe clarifications can also be said as we take it up. But if anyone had some clarification immediately on your comments that wasn't an action item, then perhaps just defer to the next meeting thing. But thank you, your point's taken. For myself, I want to first and foremost say thank you profoundly to Dr. Harrison. I know it's currently just the interim superintendency, but it's a lot of work, isn't it? And she's been doing it gracefully. It's been a rough January. It's felt like 45 days. It's not even the end of 27, and you've been on top of it. So I feel very compelled to say that. I do want to thank I already thanked them earlier, but of course our students from Edgewood and Bassett High School who joined us this evening. Obviously they're gone. Lucky for them, they get to be home already. But it is wonderful to have our students come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. This is an idea that myself and Ms. Stanzioni discussed for a while, but then with all the fun things of last year and feeling like every single board meeting was some type of cluster of events, it's very hard to implement, but now that it's January, it's a new year, I think it's a perfect time to implement this. So I just want to let the board know that we should expect to see a lot of our students now leading our Pledge of Allegiance during board meetings, very similar tonight. However, the schools would like to present themselves, if it's a short little presentation, a political statement, a performance, however they want to recognize themselves, I think will be a nice way to incorporate our school communities in the boardroom. So I thank Edgewood for being here tonight and being our inaugural for 2026. Yes, I also want to thank our educational partners. As it was mentioned, for those who don't want to use it, not necessarily lose it, but we'd love to hear from you, and thanks to you to BTA for sharing comments tonight. I believe it was also mentioned in a update we got from our superintendent, but I was just pondering it over the week as we get notifications from LACO, from the Los Angeles County Office of Education. We get a lot of emails from them about different, your grant has been received, process approved, your funding is legit, all the X, Y, and Z. It's so weird that it's addressed formally to me. It feels so burdensome. But with child development specifically, they are a robust and rough program with so many responsibilities, so many requirements, so many everything. So just a very brief shout out to the child development team. I know they do often present to the board, so we could give them the roses again. But just recognizing them for their service is something that I just felt compelled to say tonight. I understand there will be an upcoming pathway with Bassett High School for the child development program too. So that's going to be another continuing partnership. I just appreciate it so much. And just knowing that if there was any issues, I mean, we see the issues, there are notices, they are formal notices that we get from the county, that if there is any concern, any violation, anything that needs to be corrected, we correct it immediately, and that we keep our good standing with our child development center from the county. So just very quick, I guess a long shout out to child development for that. Yes, with the history of our community, our schools in Bassett, even though we unified in the 60s, our earliest school dates back to 1898. And without a doubt, capitalists will never strategically think of human beings as human beings, regardless of how our schools and communities and everything was planned out. I'm not going to hold my breath for capital, for quote unquote industry to be at our defense. I'm happy to hear that there were some folks trying to speak on the data centers. I know there was members of the community who have been talking about this throughout the San Gabriel Valley. We've seen it really amplify on the East San Gabriel Valley with Monterey Park. So I'm of opinion that when something impacts children, impacts public education, impacts our community, a point of view is warranted. I, as an individual board member, will stand by my right to introduce, to propose, and of course, if this board doesn't go, that is the possession of the board. I recognize that ever since even my ceasefire resolution was voted down, but at least for me, I feel compelled to present, and we have the discussion, we go from there. Excuse me, and this item with the data centers, it's concerning. At the very least, this item, I think there was a public comment mentioned tonight, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that this board, again, is not a municipal body. Just like we don't control zoning on one side of our district, we also don't control zoning on the other side of the district. So we don't necessarily have the power to control zoning, but we do have the right to make a point of view that when it comes to zoning decisions, we should be looped in. We should have the opportunity to be involved in that process and make our concerns known. And at the end of the day, that's really what this resolution is about, is making that formal point of view of where we as a school district ought to be in this process. As we talk about city councils, I do want to thank our council members who are tonight. I know there are a lot of other hot topic items to the city council as well, but at least in the area of collaborating with our school district, mindful that even though it's just Sunkist and Bassett High School that's within the city boundaries, they are very open to supporting all of our community schools, even if it's in unincorporated Los Angeles County. I know we're having continuing conversations. I have been invited by the Mayor Pro Tem and the city manager to have a meeting with our interim superintendent to see how that collaboration can continue. Have many ideas. I mean, I'm in Puente Hills at the Dying Mall all the time. I have an AMC pass. But even seeing the brackets on Azusa where, you know, southbound is Roland and northbound is Hacienda La Puente, and we have no brackets here. That's just something that came up as I was going to see all these Oscar nominated movies. But, you know, ideas like that, in addition to all the other ideas we've had regarding the aquatic center, with tennis courts, with the lots that we have available. So there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration. So I am looking forward to doing that. And I know there's one resolution tonight that got a lot of attention from the public. We have another resolution that got a lot of attention from our firms, but there's another resolution that I feel even more powerfully about, and that is regarding CSBA's apportionment that got no conversation tonight. And so this, I have to give my roses, it's fine too. I don't know Roberta's last name, how annoying of me, but she is a board member at Pomona Unified School District. And she authored a resolution similar to this evening, where I took inspiration from the California School Boards. Oh my throat, did you catch that? The California School Boards Association is the representative body for all of the for most of the school boards and county offices of education throughout the state of California. Our purpose is to support school board members, not necessarily students, not necessarily teachers, not necessarily school districts at large, but support school board members as individuals, so we could grow and develop as individual elected and appointed leaders, so that we could do our governance duties for our communities as need be. And part of its governance structure is delegate assembly, where local boards elect members to the delegate assembly, the statewide House representatives that we like to play, and they govern the association. So with reapportionment, which is basically how many seats the DA gets, really districts and regions that suffer declining enrollment will often get slowly chopped off and chopped off and chopped off. Whereas other regions of the state that have increasing enrollment get more political power. But in reality, it means regions with declining enrollment are less often to be affluent communities, affluent school districts, and more affluent communities and school districts get more political power in our delegate assembly. So I think it's important for us to also take a stand that that is wrong, and we should continue to have equity in CSBA. So that's one thing that I wanted to get on a quick soapbox on. And in speaking to the community, I also got an email earlier. This is just a reminder. I know I briefly talked to our interim superintendent and our CBO about an item that I spoke about a couple meetings ago, and this is the draft construction manual and reimbursement policy. That was last year that I brought up. It's now the end of January, so definitely let's not lose the ball on that, please. I also had the opportunity to reach out to our interim superintendent earlier this month with an idea regarding our board policies and administrative regulations in response to immigration enforcement. This is the 5000 series 5145.13, with the idea of, since there has been new state laws and we have a resolution last year, we should review those policies to make sure that they're updated. I thought it was just a fun novel idea of mine, but no, it's actually state law. So we did get guidance from CSBA that we must review our written policies regarding immigration enforcement by March 1st, actually. So happy that I caught that. I will respectfully, very strongly suggest and advise that we have these items to the board next board meeting so that we can take final action before that March 1st deadline and continue to show the public and our community that we are taking this action very seriously. At the end of the day, I mean, there's a lot of elected officials who are scared to say abolish ICE, but I'll say it because they're not engaging in civil law enforcement. They're actively breaking the law. They're actively engaged in state-sponsored terrorism. And that is a very scary thing for people to say, but it's scarier to be confronted with that reality. The fact that you could be holding a phone, recording, trying to stop something that is very much illegal. It's not a police operation. It's not an immigration enforcement operation. It is masked, unidentified agents of the federal government attacking community members. This is not the first time in American history that, of course, the state is able to have a monopoly on violence. Some would argue that exactly how this nation was founded. So it's not new, but it's no less still troubling and concerning and should be stopped. So I, again, local leader, just feel compelled to say that for myself at the very least. Also, shout out to Tamiko and Sal. It's been a lot of collaboration with them, Sal, being our legal counsel, or Sal, and then Tamiko, our assistant supervisor. A lot of collaboration, especially tonight with one of the discussion items for the superintendent search firm. So I thank you for being available for all the. Can I call you real quick? And it's very difficult with my busy schedule as well. So I think that's it with me. I don't feel compelled to pull them from consent, but I had two questions for our interim superintendent. One was on Ed Services Item 1, the school safety plans. I just want to give accommodation to staff. In the past, they had, I don't think, had an explicit section on immigration enforcement response in the school safety plans, and now they do. So I do want to say thank you to your team for including that this time around. And then for business item 3, this is the consultant for the nutrition services lead. I just wanted to confirm, if the recommendation is to bring on a consultant for this role in the interim until, of course, the PC has the opportunity to do a full competitive recruitment, will that individual serving a consultant have any supervisory function over employees? Would they be doing evaluation? Do they have any discretion over public funds? What does that process look like for the consultant?
Thank you for that question. So the consultant coming on for student services is an advisor, an advisory role, in order to make sure we stay in compliance with state and local laws of funding for that program. They will not be in a supervisory role in any way, shape, or form. They may be in a line of approvals for like requisitions that go through. However, the ultimate requisition approver is Miss Ibarra as the CBO. So she will have eyes on everything, any personnel requests or anything that would be for staffing or additional hours or any pieces of those pieces do come through Ms. Lee Nolasco and also eventually come through me as the interim superintendent. So there will be complete oversight on our part with that consultant.
Thank you very much for the rationale behind that is I initially felt uncomfortable with having someone who's not in our employ and an actual management classification to have those responsibilities.
Right.
So thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
I'm done with my long talk. So we will go on to, what's the next part actually? I'm sorry. Thank you, closed session. So we have item 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to government code section 54957.6. We have item 2, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. And then item 3 is public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. We will go into closed session at 7:02 PM. Thank you very much.
Green light.
The evening will reconvene at a closed session at 8:21 PM. Report of action at a closed session. Madam Clerk, will you please report out?
In closed session by a motion of Mr. Simontel and a second by Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approve and 0 members opposed and 0 members abstained, the governing board reached a agreed upon 2-day suspension with classified management employee number JM 0773871. The suspension is effective February 11th, 2026 and March 11th, 2026. No further reportable action was taken. And in closed session on a motion by Ms. Gonzalez and a second by Ms. Rivera, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, and 0 members abstained, the governing board took action to reject Keenan claim number 656624.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to discussion action items, resolutions. Item 1 is resolutions. Item 1 is resolution 22-26, resolution of the Board of Education, the Bassett Unified School District authorizing a request for a waiver. This would be for the yes, the bond. I'm trying to say, no, the bond. Yes,
Waiver.
yes, bond waiver. The debt limitation specifically, excuse me. Resolution 23-26, National School Counseling Week. Resolution 25-26, CSBA delegate reapportionment. Resolution 26-26, opposing proposed zoning amendment enabling data centers. And those are the 4 resolutions proposed. Is there any objection to hearing all 4 in mass? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve all 4 resolutions?
Motion. Seconded.
Motion by Ms. Gonzalez, excuse me. Seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Any discussion on the motion to approve all 4 resolutions? Ms. Rivera?
For the 26-26, what is that what is that entail?
So 26-26 is the board making a formal position on proposed action by the City of Industry. So the proposed action, or excuse me, the point of view that the board would be expressing would be to formally be opposed to the industry's consideration of their planning commission resolution that enables data centers by making amendments to their city code. It respectfully calls upon the city to withdraw their determination of an exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act. And it formally urges the city industry to take some following items into consideration: the impacts of groundwater basins, cumulative growth inducing impacts of data centers, regional interjurisdictional impacts, public health implications, and then again formally declare that we as a school district are directly affected by any consideration of a data center, so we deserve to be looped into those proceedings. Which
It's in a letter form or?
no, it's in resolution. It was in resolution form.
Oh.
It's in resolution form.
But, okay, it's in, we pass it. What happens then?
So the last item here is the interim superintendent would be directed to transmit a copy to the City of Industry for their consideration, kind of putting them on notice that this is our formal position on the matter. Again, we don't have any role in the zoning process and the amendment process, so this would be, again, taking a formal position. Thank you for your question.
Just like sending it to the president saying, we don't approve of this.
Okay, but ignoring it.
Exactly. Okay.
Any further questions? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, the motion carries. The resolutions are resolved. Item 2 is superintendent search firm process, discussion only. The board president recommends the Board of Education discuss and provide direction on the process of identifying search firms for the superintendent of schools position. I will lead our conversation here. And again, one more time, thank you to our assistant soup of HR and to our general counsel for your assistance in preparing this. I have asked staff to put on the dais for everyone 2 items, one the calendar and then one the long page of recommendation. So this is something that I am discussing with our HR assistant soup and legal counsel. Have some recommendations tonight, and I put one so we can all follow along, from our assistants to IT to our cabinet to our assistants. So let's starting off with the along with grocery list, I have recommendations. So the few recommendations that I would have tonight would be authorizing myself, our Assistant Sup of HR, Ms. Lee Nolasco, and our General Counsel with ALLR, that's Mr. Hogan Jr., to begin the RFQ process. So we would formally, starting as soon as tomorrow, publish the solicitation for requests for qualifications, giving firms 2 weeks, a deadline of February 10th at 6 p.m. to have those submitted. I would also ask for direction that this board authorize the three of us, Tamiko Sao and I, to review the submissions and then bring forward 3 to 5 recommendations to the board, depending on how many we get. Obviously, if we only get 5, we might recommend 3. If we get 20, we might review, get 5. And with the recommendation, it would simply be to present back to the board of who we should have for an interview. It would be up for this board to interview the firms who come. If it's 3 firms or 5 firms, if it's 4, we would interview them. They would have come with a presentation. I think from my understanding, each firm usually in practice has about like 15-20 minutes to present. So we would need time to obviously hear those 3 to 4 to 5 firms for 20 minutes, ask questions each as individuals, and then make a selection. The reason why, or continue with this, so that's 1, 2, 3, and with 4, I personally would like to, in our requests for qualifications, specifically call out a few items that I think would be important. This is something that if anyone has something specific, now would be the time to insert this. But for me, I would like to know with these firms who are applying to us, information on the last 4 to 5 superintendent searches that they've actually completed. I'd like to know the school district name and its location. I want to know its student population size because again, size for student populations with our district matters. We cannot compare ourselves to all districts. Who the actual finalist was, and then the cost associated with the recruitment. I think that it's prudent to know who the finalist was to see if that person was actually successful in the role. I think that shows who the qualification of the firm if they just hired someone, if they're actually successful. And then of course, the cost of how much it was. So that's one thing. I would like to know who the actual firm employee or consultant would actually be working with us. From my understanding, some firms would just have, like, did you have a question? You're fine, sorry. From my understanding, some firms actually have their staff on payroll being collaborative with the board. I think some firms also have consultants, not necessarily their employees that would interact with us. So I'd like to know who's who, their methodology and how they collect data from district and community stakeholders. So how do they go about in getting that feedback? I know this board, we have diverse point of views on digital media and physical paper media to get feedback from our community. If we like coffee with the principal, if we like Parent Square, if we actually like one-on-one communication. So what do these firms actually do? What's the firm's approach in the event the selected finalist is unsuccessful? So some example that I've heard are some firms do another recruitment either at a discount or for free if that first person that they picked wasn't a good fit. I think that's the incentive for them to not do something again for free. So they want to make sure that whoever they select the first time is actually good. And then if not, are there coaching opportunities available to the finalist to make sure that they're successful in the role? And then any essential contract terms, if there's something that a firm like is for sure, you should not pick us because these are our boundaries or hey, we're open to these. So those are some things that I want to look at. So these are some recommendations that I am proposing to get things started. So I want to first ask, when it comes down to search firms, that's A, B, C, D, E, F. Those are my terms of what I would like people to respond to.
Okay.
Does anybody have anything similar that they'd like to see? And the question was was there any other preferences?
How much?
How much it's gonna cost to run it?
That should be the first question.
Yeah.
But we don't want to lowball ourselves. We don't want to take the cheapest place because they might not be the best. Do we have to take the cheapest place?
No.
You ask how much and then what the rest of the questions.
I think we
And
could.
to see if they give us the
cost-
money.
I think the cost is
It's
gonna be an
working out.
automatic. If they're gonna submit a request for proposal, the cost is gonna be in there. That's-
I'll just
And
point
then
out a
we'll
G
look at-
estimated cost, just.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, I think you're really wise to bring up what's their methodology to collect data. Because I know we just went through a lot of Zoom meetings, a number of Zoom meetings
Does
to
that
hear the
work?
public.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And a lot of things were listed that the public really wanted that went up on a big board and they actually listened to. And it was a very personable group that I do hope that they put in a request to work with us.
Any other items that we'd like to point out as preferences that when someone's submitting an RFQ, they answer for?
This looks pretty thorough to me. This is my first rodeo.
Same.
So, if the more seasoned members have more, then I'm more than happy.
They announce the same way at Source and all these. through
Yeah,
my county.
pretty much. There are companies that will just hire their own consultants because, you know, a retired admin will put in, will go in with their company and pay a fee and be represented by them, so to speak,
Mhm.
and they put them forward.
Oh.
And I think that Dr. Alvarez was pretty correct in saying that those are the people we should not go with.
Mhm.
And I think he talked to you about it.
Yes.
So I think that would be the best way. Because we've gone through this superintendent search before.
I'm with you, Norma. It's
Interesting.
first time.
Yeah, I'm like,
It'll be very
I-
interesting.
I don't
for
know
you.
about as far as what we were gonna require, but I don't have a problem with you, Tamika and Sal.
yeah,
Handling this stuff.
I agree.
Yeah, because they're just finding the search firm. They're not picking the superintendent, and
Right.
that's the important thing. And they'll know what to do.
We're just getting information. The final determinator of who the search firm will be will remain with the board.
Yeah.
So we're just preliminarily will be vetting the submissions and then making a
I'm doing
recommendation.
the preliminary one.
Exactly, yes.
Thank you.
We'll screen and then this board will have authority
Yeah.
to pick the firm. Okay.
Tamika's got good experience with a lot of this. How many superintendents have you been on board with
Oh.
changing?
Like three, but none
Only
with the
three?
search form.
Oh,
Just
wow.
Debbie, Rojas and then Alvarez.
Oh, wow.
Kuno was the.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, one, like I guess a last one here is, how soon can the firm interview with the board? Would be interested in that. So if, let's say we pick them on one day, how free to interview with us, you know, or if our deadline potentially will be February 10th, how soon would they be able to interview with us? So if they need like a week, if Tamiko, Sal and I say, hey, congrats, you've been, we want to invite you to the board. How free are they available? Do they need a 2 weeks notice? Do they need a month's notice? They need a day's notice? I mean, I'm hoping they could be quick on their toes. Their whole job is to do this. So
Yeah.
When would they be coming, just because it says here?
yeah, so we'll get to that.
Special board meeting
Potential.
is the week of the 23rd.
We
The whole week.
haven't decided that yet. We'll get to that right now. I just want to make sure that we understand
That's my birthday.
parameters.
She's all close.
How?
Would we be fine with setting a deadline of February 10th? That's 2 weeks exactly from tonight.
Sure.
Yes,
For their submission deadline.
Submission
Yes.
deadline, yes.
Is that enough time for them to
it's
do
gotta
that?
be.
Well, I was just
We're
gonna say,
gonna
would we be
whole
open
process.
to maybe extending the deadline if we didn't get a minimum amount of?
Yes.
Like, so we send out the request and maybe only 2 respond. Would we be open to extending it so that we can at least have at least 3 or 4?
And do we give them the power to do that?
Oh, yes, there's something.
That's good.
Yeah.
Just something to consider, right?
Thank you.
No, that's
I
good.
agree.
Good
Trying to
point.
map out the time.
How much would you suggest we extend it?
Depending on how many people.
Yeah, so I would say if we can get at least like 3 to 4, maybe we consider extending it another week or so.
Okay.
Unless we're just trying to make it on the 17th, then obviously it's like you.
I think that's
married it
fine.
in, yeah. But we're open and flexible.
So the
with board
deadline be
meeting.
the 17th?
But if we're flexible, then we can give like an extra week or 2. We
Yeah.
can see how many we get.
Go for the 10th, and then if you have to, stretch.
Okay, I like that.
I like that too.
So allowing this board, allowing Tamiko, Sal and I the ability to extend the deadline. Okay,
Just keep us abreast.
to the 17th.
Yeah.
Okay, where we judge needed. Okay, sounds good. And then,
And that's another good thing.
It's your
We have
birthday,
two
it is.
holidays in there.
Oh.
See, there you go.
I got 2 Mondays.
It is for us, it's her birthday, it's a
18th.
holiday.
So the 10th is actually, the 9th is the holiday, or the 16th and the 23rd are the.
on the 23rd?
Yeah, that's a
President's
holiday.
Day.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you know your holidays?
No. Okay,
She has to work. He only
and then
gets
it's
one.
fine, it's kosher to make you like the staff contact for the district, right? Okay, and do you suggest, and well, I guess you and Sal could figure it out, like, for folks who are submitting the RFQs, send them to you, send them to Sal, how does that work? Send
would
all
say-
3 of us,
They go to you, don't they?
I would say to me and I can share them with Al or, yeah.
then that's perfect, okay, so then beautiful.
Yes.
Sells 250.
Exactly, yeah, okay.
I'll send over the collective for the group
Okay, okay.
instead of one email.
So,
You oversaw, okay?
So then how does that directive sounds good from the board, so we could get started on that?
Yes.
Okay, so now what follows then is we're gonna get these recommended firms and we need to interview them. Initially, there was a suggestion that we could just do it in our regular meeting, which is the 17th, but that will require a lot of time to do. So I would suggest that we hold a special meeting. So I had the calendar prepared so we could all together figure out special meeting days, and I'm proposing 2 special meeting days. One for us to sit down with the firms. They each have their 20 minutes. We ask our questions. And then at that same special meeting, after we interview them, we select someone of this is who we want to work with. The next special meeting that we should call then would be to formally approve their contract and then immediately begin the planning process, both in open and closed session of what their recruitment process looks like.
Do we
So,
need to do that at a special meeting? We can't do that approval during a regular meeting?
so the second meeting to approve and begin those discussions, we technically could, and we could just make sure that meeting, we won't have any big ticket items in closed session otherwise. So that's also
Oh,
possible.
the reason why I ask is because we'll need the extra, a full Saturday to do interviews of the candidates. That takes a full Saturday. We were here.
That's,
So that, yeah.
oh, okay, I mean, to
especially if there's no
me,
one time.
I mean, for someone who hasn't done this before, if we have, let's say, 3 to 5 firms, which 5 seems like a lot, they each get their 20 minutes. And that's the only thing on that special meeting agenda. That sounds like something that could be accomplished on a evening, 5:30.
Oh, no, I'm talking about interviewing the candidates for
We're not there
superintendent.
yet.
We're not there at all.
Well, I know that, but we have to think ahead because how many special meetings do we have to set?
Well,
up?
we're just,
But that sounds like a May,
Yeah.
April
Yeah.
scenario. So,
But to select the firm?
no, to
No,
do
to select the
the
candidates.
interviews for superintendent. I think we're
No,
Patrice
she's
But
talking
can't we
about.
do approval, can't we do approval at a regular board meeting?
for
Just
the
because
firm.
it's just an approval of the firm.
We could do that on the March 10th regular meeting, and then staff could just know that March 10th will be heavy, on the agenda will be heavy for the board to have those.
March,
But
when
it's
you do
just an-
your notices, March,
March 10th, that's true.
that's.
But that's usually
I like the idea of dedicating a special meeting to select the search firm. Because you want to
that's fine.
hear them, you want to hear them.
Right.
And see what, and then ask our question. They have
That's what I was
20
gonna
minutes to
ask,
present.
Yeah.
We
that's
ask the
right.
question,
And I
so
didn't public.
pick a day, the week of the 23rd,
So,
except the 27th. But anyway, pick a day.
February?
week of the 23rd.
so starting first, we, for sure, I think we could agree that we need a special meeting to interview
Yes,
the firms and then pick someone.
yes.
I would like to suggest the 24th. It's a Tuesday. Usually Tuesdays are free for most of us. Is that fine for folks to be, for the first special meeting to interview the firms and to pick a firm? Special meeting held on Tuesday, February 24th.
Yes.
Yes.
5:30?
Is basically what you said, if you end up needing
Oh,
to
true.
extend,
Mhm.
if you end up needing to extend, are we still gonna be okay with the 24th?
Yes, because I mean, I'd hope so.
You've extended up to the 17th.
Because we only need 24 hours notice to publish the agenda. And the agenda we know is just interview. It's not gonna be a complex agenda. I think the only thing that would be maybe turnaround is, let's say, if our new deadline's the 17th, that means on the 18th and 19th, Tamiko and I have to make a decision then and there and then invite folks, but then they would really only have,
There's
A short-
2
I saw that, ignore it.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
So it might be a short turnaround for the firms. Alternatively, we could do March 3rd. It could either be
Oh, yeah.
February 24th,
Or March 3rd.
if we get enough by December 10th, by February 10th, or March 3rd if we get folks by the 17th. Does that sound fine for people? And again, that's just simply interviewing firms and making a selection. Nothing else. We're not interviewing superintendent candidates at all.
So it's March 27th, February 27th.
24th, excuse me.
24th?
I may have misspoke, excuse me.
27th is her birthday.
And
February, so I guess, yes, it's February 24th, mark your calendars potentially, or
That's fine.
March 3rd, mark your calendar accordingly. So on those 2 Tuesdays, don't do anything. Don't schedule.
5:30.
5:30, yes.
5:30.
5:30 here. Okay,
We get calendar invites just to.
sure, we can do calendar
save the
invites.
dates.
That's fine. Please.
Once we decide
Just hold them both,
Both.
hold them both. Title them as potential.
It's a
Reserve, hold.
Tuesdays are already
Tentative.
reserved for.
Okay. So, I mean, Ms. Sanziani did bring an excellent point. And then the after that, we need to formally approve their contract, which is a 5-second ordeal. But what is not a 5-second ordeal is then conferring with this firm of what the process looks like. That will be, I'm gonna presume, a quite extended conversation, either in public session or closed session, depending on what topics we're talking about. Are we prepared to do that in a regular meeting, knowing we'll still have all the other things of a regular meeting?
Depends on how heavy the agenda is.
Well, that's March, I could not. And it's the March meeting where technically layoff notices would be due. The 10th is before the 15th,
The
so.
February or the March, the
The March 10th.
March would be the last deadline for the 15th statute.
Are we laying on?
Well, we're not discussing that at the moment.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
So, I guess so what really takes long in a special meeting, of course, is discussion items specifically. Any controversial stuff that any of us, it's all me, I'm sorry, propose or closed session stuff. Closed session, we could always count on negotiations, but we don't know if there's gonna be a significant update at that time. If there's any litigation that comes up, we don't know at what stage it's going to be. So it sucks that, I mean, what we could do is just repurpose the regular 24th meeting as a special meeting, but then we're selecting a firm either February 24th or March 3rd, and we're not actually talking to them about what to do until the 24th. It seems like
That's a big chunk of time.
that they're not
But they're not
working,
doing anything,
doing
yeah.
anything. So,
How bad would it be to have the Tuesday and Thursday that week for the special board meetings to interview the firms? Because those that submitted by the 10th should be ready to go on the 24th, right? And even if you extended it to the 17th, they could be ready to go by the 26th. And this is a lot of what ifs to plan out days. I mean, honestly, to me, if you get 4 firms, that's enough for me, because it's like, if you really want the business, you will submit on time.
true.
That's it. You know, and if I'm gonna wait for you, if you can't make that deadline, what is the expectation I'm gonna have for you to do your full due diligence to find me a superintendent? I mean, this is your deadline. Make it happen, make it work.
So could we go the 24th and 26th?
I agree with that.
24th to 20th, so special meeting on 24th to interview and select, and then 26th to game plan
To talk to them.
February?
of
Yeah.
February. My only issue, I mean, that sounds lovely to me, but I'm curious that if on a Tuesday I interview and get selected, am I ready to actually have a robust, meaningful conversation just 2 business days later?
It's their business, they should.
I mean,
Contract, right? This is where you're.
and we also need a contract on that agenda too.
But I don't think that'd be that difficult.
Well, I mean,
They're professionals and they'll
That's
have
their
the things all
job.
done and ready
I'd say
Yeah.
to go on the 10th. By the
They're
It's
not
the
gonna be
other way.
rewriting
You're
this.
gonna have a regular board meeting on the 17th, we're gonna have a special board meeting on the 24th, another special board meeting on March 3rd, and then the regular board meeting on the 10th.
I mean,
Now,
blame
I like it
Alvarez for
all,
leaving.
that's
He made
4
all this a
Tuesdays in a row.
necessity. Blame Alvarez for all this. It's his fault we have to do all this.
But
It's all
you-
your fault.
Phone call, we'll get him back.
Okay, so how about,
Can we do the 26th, because these are professionals, they will
Sure.
come in with everything, they'll come in with their game plan. That's their job.
okay, so then, how about we reserve these 3 dates? February 24th, reserve, February 26th, reserve, and March 3rd, reserve. So that way we know if people aren't ready to, if whoever we select on the 24th isn't ready to actually begin discussion of the contract on the 26th, I think the 3rd is reasonable. That's a whole week for them to get all that ready by.
And I don't see why they wouldn't be ready, because they're in the business of doing that.
Okay,
They already have their game plan, they've already done their background of our district, they know what they're doing.
okay.
And I would worry if they weren't.
Okay.
Ready.
So then we will tell in the RFQs, know that if you are submitting by the 10th or 17th, be prepared to interview with the board on the 24th. That's the
And
schedule.
whoever
that-
applies, applies.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
That's it.
And then also tell them, we are ready to pick on the 24th and begin conversations with and contract approved 26th or 3rd.
Yeah, they'll know we're serious.
So we'll meet with the firms on the
24th. Okay.
Sounds good to me. Yeah,
So,
why waste time?
Do nothing fun on those dates. And I also want.
Twenty-sixth of February or more?
Yes.
26th of February, yes.
2 days
I put the date, sorry, the month on top.
Which one?
Yes, the third, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
just in case.
So then directive is we will reserve Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, Thursday, February 26th, 2026, and Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 for potential special meetings that will be called by me accordingly. The board is directing and authorizing our Assistant Soup of HR, Board President, Legal Counsel to begin the RFQ process tomorrow. Bring forward 3 to 5 firms, depending on how many apply. Name our HR Assistant Soup as our district contact. Make a deadline of February 10th, 6 p.m., but giving us the authority to extend it by 1 week if necessary. And then request that all people who submit an RFQ answer for how successful the last 4 to 5 superintendent search firms, all these things of who would be working with the board, their methodology, for capacity if they do regional, statewide, national search efforts, their firm's approach to select a finalist if they're unsuccessful, essential contract terms, their estimated costs, how soon they could meet with the board. There anything else that the board wants to direct?
I am going to go with the majority of the board, however you all choose.
This is just consensus, we're not
It's just
voting,
consensus. I
yes.
will go with whatever, but I'm really not in favor of extending, because this is our deadline.
Okay.
You are here to serve us, we're not here to serve you. So the 10th is the deadline, and again, if you get
Sure.
3 or 4, then too bad, so sorry.
Let's
That's
go
it.
with that.
We move
Okay.
forward. Because those that don't come in on time, to me, that's already an indication of the service I'm gonna get from them. Are you gonna be lagging on me or what? You know, but again,
We'll get
I'm
quite a
good
few.
with what we
We'll
got.
get a few.
Okay.
We'll get some.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for the direction. Tamiko, if you wouldn't mind immediately tomorrow hitting up Sal and formalize the letter and get it.
Yes.
Thank you. And then just loop me in whenever that's done.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And then just a public announcement at that time for those special meetings, because technically, our interim superintendent, is able to apply for the role if she would like. Presuming that obviously that decision hasn't been made because the application is not open. When the board has these special meetings, interviewing the firms,
Just to recuse herself.
do you even be here with us? I guess that's a question for her. How's it done in the past?
We didn't.
We didn't have a we were just with the legal and the.
Yeah, legal help
Okay.
last time,
So
but
then-
Everybody else is here.
Sal,
Mhm.
or myself, or, yeah.
All right, so just wanted to make that very clear. Okay.
Because if she's here and let's
You didn't have a
say
firm, you had
she's
your
the
own
best
group.
one of all of them, then we're
That's
gonna
right,
get the
Leah.
backlash of, why did you go through all this if you already knew who you,
Mhm.
whether we knew or not, you know,
Yeah.
they don't care.
Yeah.
They're just gonna say that.
Yeah, we never did this before. We never interviewed the team to go out and a search firm because Leal and Trejo did it.
And then Dr. Kuna did it last time
And
for
then Dr. Kuna
Alvarez.
did it after Leal and Trejo were gone.
Well, for myself and speaking to my colleagues at CSBA and in Delegate Assembly, it seems best practice is to do a competitive search. So
Yeah.
even however things may
No, they
land,
did a
it's for me,
competitive
yeah.
search, but they did the-
Yeah.
the searching. It-
It's very common. Yes, I've been seeing a lot.
Well, we've come a long way.
All right, so then, cool, we'll go on to consent calendar. Wherever that, all items listed under consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items under consent a member would like? Ms. Santioni?
I would like to table under Ed Services, number 3 Ed Services, number 1, the school safety plans. As this is one school safety plan and I have tried reading.
We'll get into discussion of that right now. So currently it's Ed Services which, I apologize.
It's number 1.
Thank you, Ed Services 1. Are there any other items under Ed?
Where is that services?
Under consent calendar.
Oh, it's, no, it's right down here, so I was like, okay. Ed services,
It's
okay.
page 8, the title, and that number 1 is on page 9.
All right, so we have item 3, Ed Services 1, school safety plans pulled. Are there any other items a member would like pulled from the consent calendar? Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as scheduled? Ms. Rivera, motioned, and then Ms. was it Sanzioni?
No, go ahead.
Flores, who seconded? Roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. So we will go into 3, educational services. Item 1, school safety plans 2025-2026. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the school safety plan for the 2025-2026 school years. Ms. Stanzioni recognized.
It is quite extensive, 218 pages. Wasn't expecting that when I put the paper in my printer. I found that the elementary ones were equally as long. And I wanted to do my due diligence and read through them as I started to. I didn't get that far because we're looking at ours, and my elementary is only like less than 100 pages. So I really was curious as to what was in here. So I wanted to table this for another meeting to accept, because I'm sure it's more than fine, because it's improved vastly over the last 2 that we've had. But to do my due diligence, I'd like more time to read through it. So I'd like it tabled for another meeting.
Is there a second to the motion to table? Ms. Gonzalez seconds. Just making sure staff got that. It's a motion to table to next meeting by Ms. Stanzioni, seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. We will have discussion. Is there discussion on the motion? Ms. Flores?
So I'm gonna say this, as it's been put to me so clearly. The agenda comes out on Friday. And we have to do our due diligence to make sure everything is on here, that we do cover it. I don't know.
For
It's our
myself, oh, sorry, go
responsibility
ahead.
It's our responsibility to review this or have the opportunity before the board meeting to ask questions. But just as it's been told to me.
Me too.
For myself, I agree with the members of, yes, we do have the time. We should have the other responsibility prior to a meeting to read these, and it is very difficult. It was very difficult, matter of fact, over the weekend to review them, as well as the report cards that we got from all the schools, because they were also a very heavy lift as well. For myself, I am supportive of the motion because of that. One thing that I would like to suggest as well, and this is just a suggestion, is whenever, maybe internally, the superintendent's office can require the sites get these done by December. And then we could, as a board, get them well before they're actually agendized, so that we could have the time that's not just the weekend to review them. And I think that would also solve future boards' dilemma of only having the 72 hours or the Friday evening to Tuesday afternoon to review it, because it is quite a heavy lift. On the same note, it seems like a lot of them are cut and paste, the same legislation, same policy, same everything that is applicable to every site, with obviously the distinction of site-specific stuff of maps. Where are the triage tents? Where do we go in evacuation, depending on what it is? So I wonder, again, this suggestion for the future, could basically half of it be standardized across the whole district, so we don't have to review page 1 to 150, and what's really going to be site distinctive or specifics, thank you, would be that last couple pages. That's the actual map, the actual route, etc. That would be what we would need to see. Keep it that way. Let's not change the brick, make a new wheel, but if there are any changes, then we at least be explicitly identified, this page has been changed from this year to this year, so we can focus on those changes. Because this is now the 3rd year that I reviewed it, and I can't find any robust changes except for obviously adding the immigration response, which I appreciate. But yeah, I don't think we as a board need to be spending so much time on this in the future if we just make it more consistent. So that's my ask to staff.
Can I ask you?
Sorry, Ms.
Please
Sanzioni.
speak.
Ms. Sanzioni.
I just wanted to, first of all, I'm in awe of my colleagues that read through all of these documents and the school accountability report cards, which have become very robust over the years. That used to be just something they passed out to people that sell houses, and it was like a 2-piece, 3-piece piece of paper. But they've become so rich, and I feel that it's our responsibility to read every word, which is what I do. That's why I've read the CSEA contract and the BTA contract and everything else the first night I get it. I just thought in reading this and paying close attention to the specific needs involved in each one of these, and since I have been so closely connected to them over the past years, back when Dr. Kennard had submitted them, and then we didn't vote on those, we didn't approve those at first.
Correct.
And they were resubmitted. I'm just in awe of all of you that you can keep all that stuff. I'm sorry, I couldn't possibly get through all of it. With the attention I have to give, because I write the whole notes. That's probably my inadequacy, not be able to get through all of this like you guys have. Sorry.
Ms. Flores?
So I say, I want to be respectful of the time that the campus has put into this. They're given a deadline because they have to be ready by this date. So, and I do understand because, all of us work, I get that too. But I also want to be respectful of their time putting this forward. And I totally agree that a lot of this is pretty standard. It hasn't changed much. Show me something that has changed much. Between the campuses, you're very right. Now, this is a lot at once, and I would fully support what you're saying. That is there a way that we can get these ahead of time so we don't have just the 72 hours? But I do want to be respectful of the time of the campuses. Now, the process is the campus writes it, principal approves it, it goes where? Before it goes on here.
Dr. Harrison, would you mind?
It comes through student services and then through ed services, so, but Gamel's office and ed services, and then it goes on to here.
Would you say that, should we put the trust that ed services did their due diligence to review these and make sure that they are okay? I mean, unfortunately, there's some truth that last time it happened, we had
Things
to
were not
send them
updated.
back. They were not updated. So not during your time, not during your time, but predecessor. So, but I mean, I'm good, whichever way you want to go. You want to table it. That's fine. I
And then
just want to
asking-
be respectful of their time.
So, Ms. Gonzalez first, and then.
Yeah, for me, it was a big chunk of information because I hadn't seen one before. So yes, some of it is, and I've been a part of school safety plans in the past at my location. So I was very curious to go through each one. And yes, they did start to look a little bit the same, but yeah, I did not finish the last three. So I would love to, just this once, please, to be able to finish reading through all of them and then yes.
Ms. Rivera?
Yeah, if you ask them to turn it in by December, remember, December's a short month. They have their Christmas concerts and all this. That's putting a lot of pressure on their safety committee and the principals and all that. I mean, they could give them by the beginning, the first meeting in January, and then we do it on the second. We approve it on the second, that gives us more time to read. I mean, I read them all. Their report cards, their school plans and all, and they're very well written. And it is the same as, there's a lot of things that are the same. Maybe that could be the template and they add their own personal, like on the report cards, they each have how many students and everything was, different. Even within the elementaries, they had different goals and things, so.
I'd agree. I think December was just the first thing came to mind, but I think a mid-January deadline internally to staff to get them prepared. If possible, share them to the board as soon as possible, even before they're on the agenda, so we have more than 72 hours to review. And then obviously when it's on the agenda, the actual obligation will become prepared. There's 2 points I want to clarify. I don't think, and I say this with all due respect, I don't think us engaging in our oversight role should ever be construed by staff as us not trusting them. I think we put a lot of trust in our staff to do a good job, but the people also trust us to make sure that they've done so. So a little bit to you, but more so the staff. If I'm ever checking your work, it's not disrespectful, it's my responsibility. Your job is to administer the school program we have in this district, and our responsibility is to ensure proper governance of that school program. Another thing is, we're talking about tabling. I think, Ms. Flores has made it clear that she's heard in the past, come prepared. I want to acknowledge that even for myself, there has been an item that of mine that I proposed that she herself has requested to table in the past. Again, needing more time to review, and I appreciate her for acknowledging those words. For me, I just want to make it very clear because clearly I was against tabling at that time, but now I'm open to tabling right now. And just so I am aware, make sure everyone's clear where I'm at is the urgency. And I felt at that juncture, with that item specifically, there was a sense of urgency that the board should make a point of view on a pending item that another agency was considering immediately. Whereas here, we have a March 1st deadline to approve these plans. Technically, we could spare pushing it back to February if that makes folks more comfortable with having the opportunity to review. I say that just so I am very clear with you all where I stand on tabling is what is also the urgency of it. Yes, we have a responsibility to come prepared, but I'm also amenable if you didn't come prepared or have not necessarily didn't come prepared, but if obviously acknowledging that this is a heavy lift in and of itself, and it's not necessarily unreasonable to not necessarily have all the time over a brief weekend where we still have all our responsibilities in the weekend. I get that as an individual. So I just say that to be very clear where I'm at on tabling. Any further discussion on this item, Ms.?
And for me, it's all new. This is my first report cards, my first school safety plan. So yeah, like I wanted to be a little bit more diligent. So yeah, I apologize for that, but yeah, it's a lot of my first rodeos today.
So the motion is to table. Is there, there's already seconded. We'll have a roll call vote.
Aye.
No, I took the time to read them and I think everybody else should have. And I have these in paper.
Aye. Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. We will go on to adjournment. Next regular board meeting is February 17th, 2026, but we're gonna have special ones and I'll get too sad.
Do you want to table adjourn?
We need a reminder on that.
Adjourn regular board meeting of January 27th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Roll call vote.
Everything, I'll just come to the table.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did you say? Roll call. Aye.
Yes, roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Adjourn at 9:03 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you Alex, for getting me the things on time so I could finish reading everything.